Okay, it isn't telling me if I'm live yet, but there's one thing I need to do for setup. I apologize. I thought I had this done, but it looks like it's not actually taking up. So I will be here. I'm going to be basically on the landing page for a little bit while I get this sorted. Oh, lovely. They gave me transcodes again. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that the bot was set up for the Hellblade information. One of the reasons why I'm doing this is it is World Mental Health Day. Now, the real challenge here is that I am not equipped to talk about any of the stuff that this game deals with. But I really like that this game was made, and I think it's a really interesting idea for a game which I've never played before. So obviously I wanted that first experience to be on stream. Just one second here. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to get the help thing up. This is actually something you guys can help me out with. This on the YouTube video, by the way, this is going to be terrible. The gameplay should probably be starting in about a minute at the most. So let's see here. Cool. Okay. So this will show up. Actually, you know, it's probably better that I just talk about these things at the beginning. I've never played this game before, but let's actually get into the main menus, and I'll talk a little bit about why I'm playing it and why I think it's worthwhile, while also sort of staying cognizant of the fact that I'm really not the one who should be talking about mental health issues. I mean, in the grand scheme of things. Warning, this game contains representations of psychosis. People with experience of psychosis, as well as professionals in psychiatry, have assisted in these depictions. Okay, well, that went way too quickly. But that was the command that I put inside there. There's a website, https://hellbladehelp.info, which don't read too much in that continue, by the way. I basically made sure that I could... I'm going to try this on a gamepad. I don't normally play games on a gamepad, but I have a feeling that this is going to be one that I benefit from a breaking. I'm tangled in cords here. So yeah, there are a few reasons why I think this is a really interesting project. So Ninja Theory, I believe, was responsible for some of the Capcom Devil May Cry games. They're sort of known for this AAA style development. And this is a game that they sort of financed and developed, published all on their own, took a big financial risk in doing so. But what I think, so number one, from a business perspective, this is very interesting to me. This is an example of a company that has built up a lot of skill in terms of producing, sort of the top tier of video game experiences. So it would be, like a Steven Spielberg or Disney with the Marvel series, people who specialize in that kind of work, then heading out and saying, okay, we are going to do our own thing. Now, of course, Spielberg technically did this with DreamWorks, but it's not exactly the same thing. Basically going out, doing sort of like an independent film, saying is like, we are going to have, the special effects, the production value, we're going to do everything like it's Minority Report, but it will have no studio backing. And what kind of a story do we want to tell in that case? So this is interesting because this is really sort of a test of the model of independent development. And this game was very successful. But what is interesting is that their follow-up decision was to be acquired by Microsoft, which I think is interesting. Now, I actually don't look at that as a negative thing. Some people are looking at the acquisition of Obsidian as a potentially negative event as well. And I actually think in this case, this is exactly what sort of large studios should be, or large publishers should be there for. They should basically be the bank. They should be taking a future stream of revenues based on this catalog of games, and they should be converting that into money that is given to developers today to create experiences like this. And the acquisition for Ninja Theory post Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice tells me that they should be wanting to buy more stuff like this. But in addition to a business model thing, I think on a much more important level is the story that they chose to tell, because it seems that they want to do, a high quality, action-packed, great-looking game, but one that seriously deals with mental health. And the reason I find that interesting is that obviously, I don't know if I can say it's having a moment so much as it's something that our collective dialogue has gotten to a point of being able to address in a more meaningful way. You have campaigns at work to address mental health. There is a consideration for as a consideration for sort of the things that people go through and the experiences that they have, a recognition of the importance of it, and maybe the fact that it's an underappreciated or a one that's difficult to talk about. So one really difficult thing I need to deal with and often fail at as a streamer is I don't know the circumstances that someone is approaching the stream from. I react very negatively to backseating, and I react very negatively to being told what to do, or just sort of these sort of baseless opinions being presented as hard facts. Now, to be conscious of mental health, I really should be considering whether or not the individual has something like autism. And this has happened before. An interaction with someone, at least their claim was, and I don't really see any reason to doubt them, was that they had autism, which is obviously going to be something that hello, Smishet. So, obviously what I perceive is somebody annoying me on a YouTube comment, whereas the reality of what's happening here is somebody with their own set of concerns, with a set of intentions that are different from what I think that they have. That's a personal example of that. And so another example of this might be because, a month away, at least in Canada, we celebrate Remembrance Day. I think it's Veterans Day, Memorial Day in the US. But clearly when you consider, before World War I, it's cowardice. In World War I, it's shell shock, and there's a debate as to whether or not it's actually a thing. And as we go on, we recognize it as post-traumatic stress disorder. And even then, post-traumatic stress disorder had these connotations of sort of military action, whereas now it's something that we associate with a whole range of experiences which can be had in a civilian context. And part of this development, I think, has been the fact that there have been artistic representations of these situations. People have gained an understanding through stories and through, you know, even if it's not literally true in terms of details, to be able to create some empathy or to be able to show a perspective through a particular work has been something that has allowed people to gain some empathy or gain some understanding. Doesn't mean that these, these cultural artifacts aren't entertaining or they aren't good. I mean, I think Paths of Glory is a really good film, although I wouldn't necessarily rank it as, the thing that you need to see if you want to understand post-traumatic stress disorder. How many games am I running at the same time? I mean, I'm only running Hellblade right now. But yeah, I wanted to at least start off with this. I've been sitting on this for a while. I've really been wanting to do it on stream, and I don't know when I'll be able to get back to it. I would like to continue on with it because it looks like a really interesting game. But there's a lot of reasons to be interested in it, and I thought, it's good to, even if I don't have any expertise in terms of mental health, and any of my own personal experiences, beyond maybe interactions as a broadcaster, are not ones that I would necessarily want to turn into a stream. I don't necessarily like sort of the co-opting of some of these things into promotional materials or that. But I thought a really nice, but on the other hand, I don't want that to be that I'm refusing to talk about the topic either. So I figured one of the ways we could handle this would be to do Hellblade, especially because they announced a scholarship for mental health professionals. Quite a few, Smishat, but we're talking about Hellblade today, or Heckblade as we call it in the title. But yeah, the last thing I wanted to mark was the way that Ninja Theory has handled the success of their game. They will have every right to sit back and say, we did our part, we added to the conversation, we dealt with this issue as seriously as we could while making a great game. We took all the financial risk, and we are going to get the reward for it. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? This game could have failed, and I don't know what would have happened to Ninja Theory, but they took some of the success of that game and they have given back to the topic that they presented through the game. There's a scholarship now for mental health training, I believe. I think it's called the Hellblade Scholarship. I should have double checked that. So it's I don't know. I don't know that much about the developer Ninja Theory, but I think it's a really wonderful example of how it's a new type of independent game. This is what's so interesting here, is that they took something that they're good at, the fact that they've got expertise in making a type of game like this, and they said, let's remove what we perceive as being sort of commercial imperatives from a publisher, and what kind of a story do we want to tell? And the fact that they did something like this, I think, is really, really cool and really interesting. So that's as best of an introduction as I can give. If you do want to sort of follow up on some of the topics that they address in the game, because I don't know how well, I don't know if they have any sort of elaborate descriptions of what's going on, but there is a website that they've set up which you can access with !Heckblade. And now we begin the story. I'm only overwriting the introductory boat ride, so I don't see any reason why not to. This is also the first time I'm playing this game, so there will be lots of mistakes. Thank you, Smishat.
Hello. Who are you? Doesn't matter. Welcome. You're safe with me. I'll be right here, nice and close, so I can speak without alerting the others. Let me tell you about Senua. Her story has already come to an end, but now it begins anew.
What's happening? It's breathing. Dead. It's breathing. It's breathing. He knows she's getting closer. He can feel her coming closer. She's getting closer. They're watching. They're watching. They're watching.
This is a journey deep into darkness.
They're watching.
There will be no more stories after this one.
What is she doing? Why is she doing this? They're watching. Why isn't she turn coming? She's doing this for him. She wants to rescue him. He's already dead. I can feel you coming. You're coming. Quiet.
Oh, how rude of me. I never told you of the others. You hear them too, right? They've been around ever since the tragedy. Well, that's not quite true. Some are old, some are new, but they've changed. I think the darkness changed them, just like it changed her.
Can you see them? Over there. Why isn't she looking? Why aren't you looking? He's in hell high.
Look, up ahead.
Hell high.
You see it too?
You promised you could.
Yes. It is real after all. She's finally arrived in the land of mist and fog. The place the Northmen call hell.
Turn back. Go back. Go back. It's not safe. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. It's not safe.
It's them. They're here. Sorry, I can't do more steady camera movement, but it's the gamepad I've got. Next purchase needs to be a mouse, unfortunately. This is an absolutely gorgeous game, though.
The drowned, the sick, the slain. Here they lie, rotting in the fields and rivers of hell. But the dead don't always lie still here. This is not a place of rest.
Can't do this. Go back. Go back. They're going to do that to you. Can you see them? Can you see them? They're going to do that to you. They're watching. Stop. Can you feel them watching?
Hello, Sean Bean.
They're watching her. They're watching her. You're so close to the darkness. Go back. Can you feel it?
What is she thinking? I can tell you. She's afraid. Wouldn't you be? You'd think she would get used to it by now after so many years. But the darkness, it just builds onto itself, growing stronger, towering over her. You might try and ignore it, turn away. But it's always there, just out of sight, where you're most vulnerable. It's like it knows that just enough light is all you need to see its suffocating power.
They can feel you.
You might think she's brave to go on this journey on her own, but it isn't bravery that drives her. Bravery only means something to those afraid of death. Then it was fear, runs far, far deeper. is she looking at? What is she leaving behind? I know what she's thinking. I hear her thoughts. It's not too late to get into the boat and go back. No one will judge her. No one will ever know. Oh, she heard us. There's no going back.
You can't do it.
Senua pushes away a world that conspired to cause so much suffering. There's nothing to go back to, and worse to look forward to. Why don't you join us? Maybe you too have a part to play in this story.
It's an interesting opening. You guys know how much I like railing against. So I'm just getting acquainted with the controls. You know how much I like railing against sort of long cutscenes and things like that? But I liked that. I also, so one thing that's really interesting about this is how they're obviously giving you, the player, a role in this.
Look really clearly.
Focus, Senua.
Focus. Focus and you'll see.
What happens if you focus?
Do not forget my stories, Senua. Because your darkness comes from hell, and your fate lies there. They say the burning of a corpse will take you straight to Hela's gate, but gods and the living will follow this path. You must leave the Isles of Orkney across the eastern sea and find a road that leads north and down through deep, dark valleys. After 9 nights of riding, you will follow a great river and will find a bridge covered in gold. The path to Helheim goes from there, across the River of Knives that flows from the dark world of Niflheim.
Okay, so it just taught me focus. Okay, so I didn't need to press anything to go over that, it looks like.
They're coming. You can't do it. They're coming now. They're coming.
The darkness is coming. Yearns for life. Hungers for it. Like a pack of wolves on a hunt. But she's not stopping. Not this time.
Can you see it?
The land of mist and fog.
He's in there.
The old fool was right.
You see him?
What was it he said? The river of knives across which lies the halls of hell. The place they call Helheim.
He's lost. He's lost.
Where are you? I hear you.
So he's there, you know.
There's no doubt about
He's
it.
lost.
The source of the darkness is in Helheim. And the goddess Hela holds his soul there. her dear beloved, Dillian.
Oh, interesting. Unless I'm mistaken, the water went away.
Is she doing this? Why doesn't she turn back? She's doing this for him. She wants to rescue him.
He's already dead.
He's dead. But his soul is in Helheim. His soul still lives. She needs to save his soul.
She wants his soul to be at peace.
She needs to lay him to rest.
He's already dead. She can save him.
There's nothing she
Do you
can
know
do.
the bridge to Helheim?
Where are we?
I forget its name. She forgets too. But she does remember that only the dead may cross it. That part wasn't so easy to forget. The old fool said there was a hidden path up to it. Let's see, shall we?
One thing that I'm so interested in, so you've got the narrator, and obviously the narrator apologizes to you. Oh, I didn't mention the others. And it's not at all clear. And of course it says, there's another part. There might be another part for you too. So it's not clear at all if I am another voice in Senua's head, or if I'm supposed to be playing her, and I'm experiencing things with her, and I believe that ambiguity is very deliberate.
The Northmen speak of 9 worlds. The world of men they call Midgard. Sky gods dwell in Asgard. The gods of earth, harvest, wind, and sea dwell in Vanaheim. The good elves dwell in Alfheim. The evil ones dwell in Svartalfheim. The mountain giants dwell in Jotunheim. The fire giants dwell in Muspelheim. Niflheim is the world of ice and darkness. Only the dead dwell in Helheim. And that is where you must travel.
But yeah, it's also kind of neat. So the game has not ever instructed. So the game's never instructed me to push a button, but they do say, they do give me little orders like climb, focus, and whatnot, and I test the controls. It's kind of a neat way that they've encouraged me to try the game or learn the game without
Are you scared?
without sort of breaking the immersion.
You've got to go. Get down.
What's she waiting for?
Do you know where you are? Where are we? Why did she do that? She shouldn't have done it.
She can't go back now. No, this is it. The hidden path.
Hello, Ego Karen. Yeah, so it's actually also really neat to have these little voices mocking you for not knowing a control that you've never been, for not knowing that or basically, for not knowing something that the game has never explicitly told you. You can make some guesses, but...
It's going to hurt you.
It's dangerous.
Don't kill me. I'm not one of them. Don't listen. I was just hiding. I find I live longer that way. Don't listen. Never let the bastards catch me again. Never! Wait. Who are you?
It's just a memory. Druth? Is that you?
For my tales of the Northmen, they call me Druth. A liar.
He's lost.
An old fool.
He's not
truth is my truth.
It's good to see you again. You kept your vow.
Guide you in this life and the next. I will tell you my stories of hell, if I may walk with you.
Tell me your stories again, old friend. I'm listening.
The runes seal the gates to hell. Focus your inner eye, and you too will see what's hidden in plain sight.
Focus.
I can see one.
Hold it in your mind's eye. Find one like it to open the gate.
Closer. Focus.
Oh, that's really interesting to see it.
It's near. Focus, and you will find it.
Oh,
Look towards the gate, and the gate will open.
that's such a neat idea. Especially too, because I mean, if you remember a film like A Beautiful Mind, and John Nash is just finding patterns everywhere, and it's one of these cases where he's got his, obviously his brilliance in terms of seeing things that people haven't seen before, but simultaneously, he's suffering from a disease. That's such an interesting way to have that realized inside of a game.
The gate is open. Go through the gate. Go through it. It's dangerous. Follow it. What's behind the gate?
It worked.
I spent 6 years enslaved in hell, but I watched the Northmen, learnt their ways.
I know you did.
You listened when everyone else laughed. My people paid the heavy price. Carry my stories with you, and together we will make the Northmen feel our fury.
Another voice joins us. She once tried to make them go away. Pretend they weren't real. But what good is that? When we are always here. I guess it's the same with heights. You can stand on the edge, pretend it's going to be okay. But you know that death is near, waiting for you to make that little slip. You can't just wish things away.
I genuinely don't know if I could fall in that moment or not, but they completely sold me on the fact that I might die.
The world of the dead is ruled by the giantess, Hela, daughter of Loki. The gods feared her bloodline, bad on her mother's side and yet much worse on her father's. So, as a child, the All-Father cast her down into Helheim and gave her power over those who die of sickness, age, hardship, and self-slaughter. In all of the 9 worlds, only Hela can resurrect the dead. To Hela, your Dillion was sacrificed, and with her you must bargain.
So I should maybe just caution as well. I know a lot of the time I sort of my added value is being able to talk about stuff, although I feel like I've really been sort of slipping in that regard. So it seems like I can go down a ladder, but I also want to see what's in here. But where normally I think I sort of trail off or I don't have as coherent of a thought as I maybe once did, This one I'm going to try, I think when there's a natural breaking point to talk about what's going on, I'll maybe try and have the discussion. But even now, like, I sort of feel like I'm detracting from the experience. So, you know, with that in mind, my apologies if I'm a little more quiet than I normally am for this. I'm not going to make a special effort one way or the other, but... Ooh.
Oh, stay back. Look at it. You have to open it.
The gate to Helheim divides the living from the dead. Is that the face of Hela herself? The half-rotten goddess that rules over Helheim. Whatever horrors lie behind that door, she must find him. Shh. Someone's here.
I'm very curious. I'm assuming this is going to be combat. I'm very curious how they teach me how to fight in this.
You took him from me. I beg you. Let him go. I'll give you what you want. I won't resist anymore. Just give him back.
He's too fast.
I mean, they were telling me to defend, but... Oh, Jesus. God damn it.
Finish this. Stop. She will die. Stop. You won.
God damn it.
Around you. Don't let them get behind you. Ignore the pain. Get You won't. Don't give up. Don't.
vision of what's to come. Poor Senua. The darkness does not bargain. It does not reason. It is rot. And now it has taken hold. It will spread towards her head, the seat of the soul, until there is nothing left of her. All of her suffering will have been for nothing. It's just a matter of time. The hardest battles are fought in the mind. That is what Dillian taught her. With every defeat, the dark rot will grow and soon it will take her soul. But for now, at least, she still has control of her mind. And she will fulfill her vow. Whatever the cost.
He's not right.
Listen to me, Senua. The goddess Hela lies behind the gate to Helheim. To open the gate, you must first face the gods that guard it. The god of fire, Surt, and the god of illusion, Valravan. Spill their blood to open the gate to Helheim and enter the land of the dead.
To Dillian, to his soul.
I...
How will she get through? Why won't it open? Why?
So I'm just going to take a quick second here and see if I can get something. Oh. Ah, here we go. Okay, interact. Run, focus, move, look, photo mode. Okay. So fast strike X, heavy strike Y, melee B. Ah, so there is a block. That sorry, I it would be nice if I was smart enough to figure this all out intuitively, but okay, cool.
Can't she? She needs to challenge the gods.
She has to fight two gods first.
Two gods?
Two gates.
So I really like the Dark Souls games, and
She's going to die.
this isn't a knock against them, but
Be very careful.
seeing
Choose a gate.
this
Two gates.
and comparing it against, like, so Dark Souls has this lore idea as well as the experience where people get discouraged and go hollow, and that essentially giving up is defeat, which is reflected in the game's play. But I feel like that is such a cute way of doing it compared to what Hellblade just threw at me.
The Northmen say that in the beginning there was nothing but darkness. Bitter cold to the north, fiery hot to the south. They say the cold formed ice, which melted from the sparks from the south. The power of the darkness gave life to the dripping ice, and the first giant was born, and was named Ymir. The ice continued to drip, and the power of the void gave life to it, and it became a cow, whose milk fed the giant. That's right, a cow. Bet you weren't expecting that. fire giant has answered. He comes from a land older than mankind. And the Northmen call upon his flaming sword to raise their enemies to the ground.
So Sean Bean,
Find him, Senua.
a fact
Spill his blood.
a fact about the Dark Rot was essentially spoiled by a very
She found
well-known.
the wretched old fool on her way back from the wilds. An outcast. Was badly burnt all over. She took pity on him, for he was not long for this world. Like her, who spoke of his own darkness. The Northmen.
Is a very well-known broadcaster sort of spoiled a special fact about the Dark Rot, but Ego, I think Ego's experience has been consistent with most people that well, this is interesting. It's not telling me anything.
The Northmen tell this story. Before the earth was created, there was a world called Muspel. Because it was in the south, it was bright and hot, flaming, burning. Sparks that flew out from Muspel became the stars. Other sparks melted ice in the frozen world of Niflheim, creating the body of the first giant, Ymir. Muspel is one of the 9 worlds, and is now the land of the fire giants. And people from elsewhere cannot endure a journey there.
I'm curious if I can walk upstream. Again, I'll say this again. So this is also a really interesting experience to play this game right now because yesterday I completed my first project in Blender, the 3D modeling program, which I found very enjoyable, by the way. I wish most open source software were like Blender. But to be able to see just such a gorgeous environment after that experience, I don't know, I am really impressed with that is such a good effect with that waterfall. I don't know, I'm always so encouraged by what I see people have been able to do. I don't even know if this maybe it's just that I don't have that level of sophistication to be able to point out all the mistakes or that, but to compare this, I really like the fact that games not only just play great and look great, but that there's space for stuff like this, which is trying to do something different with a story as well. I definitely feel like I'm doing the wrong thing by talking over some of this, though. I don't know how I did that, but that was really cool.
End it now. This is nearly the end.
Oof. You really feel the consequence if you screwed up. Oh, god damn it.
Too slow. He's gone. Yes, Senua.
It's also so interesting that this game doesn't need a doesn't seem to need a
I can still smell it. The sweet, sickly stench of burning human flesh. And I still hear their cries carried in the wind. Do you hear them too, Senua?
Yes, I heard their screams, and I still hear them now.
Hello, Jamie Sam. But yeah, so it's so interesting that this game, like, I don't need, I'm not actually going to look for the rune quite yet, although, nope. It's so interesting that it's not just life bars, but there's really no, it doesn't really feel like there's any kind of you know, a UI. Oh, this is probably, it's got to be close. I probably shouldn't have gone searching for those runes, because now I'm now I'm looking for them all over the place. But yeah, it is. It's really interesting how much I seem to think I need certain things in a game, and how I don't miss them when they're gone. Would you prefer them, Jamie Sam? Where are you? Can't be under gamma. No. I'm so used to games not putting them in audio that the one place that puts it in the sensible place. Am I not supposed to hear the... Okay. It seems like there isn't... Well, let me just double check if there's other options. Nope, it's just binary. So I don't think it will say anything about the... I don't think it'll say anything about the voices, but... No, no worries, Jamie San. There's I think a very good trend for streamers lately that they've been doing subtitles for the streams. So yeah, I don't, out of these crucifixions, there doesn't seem to be one set one that I should be using. Unless it's... I'm assuming there's like some element behind it. God, I feel like I'm playing The Witness again. Oh. I thought it might be this. I feel like it's something like this. Like there's got to be an object in front of it. But yeah, so there's I think it's a generally positive trend on Twitch to to include sort of this auto-detecting. Can't be this.
The rooms. Screams will help you. Screams.
It definitely feels like the game sort of communicates visually when this stuff is going on. Anyway, sorry, the subtitle thing. So some people have been using these automatic subtitle generators, which I generally think are positive. The problem is that I don't know of many people who watch my stuff who are hearing impaired or would otherwise benefit from it. Now, obviously that's a chicken and egg thing. If I don't make the stream accessible for people, why would I expect them to watch? But because I try to keep the stream as uncluttered as I can, I've always had the view that people should opt in, and that's, you know, it's regardless if that's just a preference. Like, it may not necessarily be that somebody needs it, but they want it. But I've always felt that you know, requests like that should be accommodated unless there's a very specific and good reason for. Yeah, okay, so it was just the wrong post I was looking at. They definitely definitely helped me there, though.
Sealed to the living, but you already walk amongst the dead. Look towards the gate, and you will see that it has opened.
Anyways, this is just a long way of saying that, yeah, it's maybe not a bad time to reiterate that for people watching, that if there is anything I can do to make the stream more accommodating, I'm usually pretty okay with that. As with any requests, you know, a respectfully worded one is generally preferable to, you know, hey jackass, why aren't you doing X? But especially for things like subtitles or anything that makes it easier to understand, I'm happy to do that sort of thing. Oop. Maybe I should interact with it. Nope. Apparently I. Am I missing something? Throw on some death. Yeah, so I'm not so sure about that. You know, my preferences are that you engage in copyright infringement is one that's kind of a tough one for me to follow, but I usually
First came to my lands, I knew enough of their tongue to beg for mercy, and they took me as a slave. I wish now that they had slaughtered me like the others. I rode their storm of fire, death, and slavery to many lands. This darkness you speak of, I know it well.
And I'm still here to fight it.
I really like this effect. It stresses me out, but... Ah, what am I doing? I should have pressed the advantage. Give them no quarter. Ooh, that's a really smart way they did that, and I really was not paying attention.
Remember the warrior trials.
God, that's such a great mechanic. Although I'm mad that I can't attack behind me. God, yeah. So, I mean, the combat, it seems to be pretty straightforward, but the experience of just having those voices giving you a warning ahead of time is such a great touch.
When you see a fire gate of Surt, know that only a sacrifice will stoke the fires of Muspel and let the dead walk through.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
I'm sorry to do this, guys, but if you are considering purchasing this excellent game, I am currently playing my DRM-free GOG version, which if you use that link, you will be able to have a small portion of the proceeds go towards the stream. Of course, if you would prefer to get it on Steam or you'd prefer to get it on a console, I completely understand. I do not take it as a personal insult if you do not use that link, but seeing as Smishat is mentioning the purchase, I'm enjoying it, Smishat, but don't know that I have a financial interest in making you want to buy that game. Wow.
Hell will not give you the answers you want. But you mustn't look away from the horrors it does offer. Because you cannot overcome suffering if you refuse to look at it.
God, this game's really something else. And thank you for that feedback, Jamie Sam. I actually appreciate that you're active in chat, even though English is your second language. If ever I'm unclear about something, do please let me know. I don't mind repeating things, or I don't mind.
How will she get through? She'll need to find another way.
Oh no, I'm going to attack it ahead of time. But yeah, and this goes for anyone. If I'm unclear on something, definitely don't hesitate to ask for clarification.
You just have to find it.
But yeah,
He's waiting. Surt is waiting for you.
the way the game that transforms is great, but the idea here that the voices are not purely antagonistic. I think the fact that the voices are just there, and the game uses it as an opportunity to inform you that there's danger behind you, and only gives you a fragment of a second to react. I think that's such a great touch. It's probably my favorite thing about the game. So even if the combat is relatively straightforward, so it seems like it's light attack, heavy attack, and melee attack.
The Northmen say that the defender of Muspel is called Surt, the foremost of the fire giants. His name means the Black One, because he is like something burnt. The Northmen believe that he sits at the border of Muspel with his flaming sword, and at the end of the world he will leave his post. He will travel to Asgard and Midgard, waging war against all the gods. He will be victorious, and then burn the whole world with fire.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that it gives you a warning and then you need to react really quickly to it, I think is such an interesting idea, especially too, because even if you're playing the game with headphones or things like that, you can try and ignore the voices as much as you want, but they give you important information about how the game works. And I like the implications of that. I'm also trying to get a read on what just happened at that pyre.
Another gate.
She needs to find it.
Another fire sacrifice.
Another fire sacrifice.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
One of the reasons I'm also not running everywhere is it's just so interesting to stand around in this world and see.
It's too far.
She'll never find it. She'll never make her way back.
She needs to remember the way back.
What happens when she finds it?
Everything will burn.
Concentrate on where you're going. She needs to remember the path.
Everything will burn, then how will she find the way back?
She won't. She won't be able to tell.
It's such a good setup. And what's also interesting, so this is another example of where the game is sort of challenging you on your memory. You hear that first rune, and it's telling you, you know, you got to do this, you got to do that, you see this guy, see that guy, and the game tells you, it's like, you didn't remember all that. And of course it's true. So likewise here, they're telling you, it's like, you're going to need to remember your way back through this. And I'm assuming...
The Northmen believe that the world will be destroyed someday. They call it Ragnarok, the destiny of the gods. Asgard will be attacked by Surt and the fire giants. A monstrous wolf will swallow the sun, and the gods will fight in vain against their enemies. There is nothing they can do to prevent it, but Odin ever seeks knowledge and magic, hoping to find a way to postpone that dark day.
But especially little things too, like when it's telling you, okay, you know, you're gonna need to remember this way through. You remember the way through, right? Pay attention. You need to remember the way through. And then they throw this at you, where it's like, oh, there's something in the way. I wonder how I'm gonna get around this. They're all just little things that build up. Like you fully know that the game's gonna throw something at you. But it's not at all clear. Yes, okay, here we go. It's not at all clear that when the time comes, you're going to be able to make it. Yeah, see, I know very little about Norse mythology, Ego Akaran. In one sense, I would normally be a little, I'd be a little annoyed at sort of having these pauses to be told Norse myths. But I just think this...
The Northmen made fire sacrifices, burning slaves like me to reveal the path to Surt. I searched for meaning in their suffering, in their eyes. But they just screamed like helpless pigs.
I think especially with that introduction, oh god, this is going to be so stressful. I'm not actually going to do the sacrifice yet. I think especially from the beginning and that long sort of tree trunk canoe journey to the air, I think they established the tone pretty well. So normally I would feel like I'm sort of being hard done by with stuff like that, but I don't know, they're selling me on it, so.
answer your prayers, Senua. I asked the gods for mercy, all of them, even theirs. None answered. In the end, I set myself free. Defy the gods, Senua! Find your own path, like I find mine!
My gods abandoned me! I am alone.
Yeah, I'll ask you, Ego, are you a particular fan of Norse mythology?
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
Do you mean as in like Ragnarok, Jamie Sam, or are you? Did I, or am I misunderstanding? Not just Norse mythology, but mythologies and religions are kind of your shtick. That's a good. I'm interested in it. I can't say it's a major. Like it's not something I've thrown myself into completely. I read a bit of Bullfinch's mythology. I didn't complete it though. And I do actually have a Penguin copy of a book called The Sagas of the Northmen, which I think is a sort of little compendium of myth, but I will admit it's not one that I've read yet. I picked it up intending to read it, and then I got sort of sidetracked. I'm curious how that's gonna come into play later. But I never really thought about what Jamie Sam said, because I don't know a lot. Like I don't know any examples of sort of mythologies that just Ragnarok. Most cultures don't have anything like it. I mean, I can think of examples of sort of eschatology or an apocalypse or something like that. But obviously, obviously growing up in Canada and in a Protestant family, I'm clearly going to actually a fairly evangelical one. So like I can remember the Left Behind model of the end times. But I suppose the point that you're making with that is that in a Christian setting, yes, there might be the end, but that is the end of the mortal world, and that there's obviously an eternity after this
Northmen
one
of hell
in that
worship
story.
Devourers, insatiable gods of darkness. I come from Erin, Senua, where I once followed my own gods, the Tuatha De Danann.
Why did you abandon your gods?
Senua, I was a man of knowledge, not a warrior. To survive, I did things. Bad.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't know that, Ego.
Like you, Senua. The man I once was has died. And when that happens, even gods you worship can die with you.
But yeah, I mean, this is a great example of why I really should be better studied in these things, because I never really thought of the idea of of some kind of a myth or setting. Oh, I didn't realize there was a...
The Northmen say that at Ragnarok, the sons of Muspel will travel to battle in the ship called Naglfar, the corpse ship. And when the sons of Muspel leave the ship and ride to battle, it will be as though the sky had split open, and Surt will lead them. Wherever he goes, flame will erupt before him, and fires will burn behind him.
But yeah, like in my own conception of things, I can't really think of any examples of definite endings. So clearly there's an R I'm missing somewhere, but the game does a nice job of sort of prodding you. Oh, is this it? The game definitely does a good job of sort of prodding you in terms of saying, "Hey, dummy, it's here," but I'm not quite. Oh, okay. Well, it's definitely telling me something. And one of the things too, like I'll admit, like I find all the visual tricks so distracting, but I think that's kind of the point. I feel like it's got to be something to do with these like door frames, but like this almost seems like it could be it, but it's not really a credible candidate. I'm probably gonna have to go up. You know, I said I'm wondering when this is gonna become relevant. I bet if I go up the stairs, I'll find it. I think this is one thing that I didn't appreciate before as well, which is the sort of the slower pace that it takes. Hey Elkanu, thank you very much for that host. How are you doing tonight? I don't feel like I'm being I don't feel like I'm being hard done by having to do these segments because the game sort of already established this long, or these periods of sort of build up and things like that. Sacre bleu, Elkanu! Guys, for those of you who don't know Elkanu, Smishet is someone who's from Elkanu's channel. He's a French caster. I actually had the great pleasure of seeing him do what I believe was the very first French cast on GOG. He was playing, I believe it was Gremlins 2? Gremlins 2? Sorry, I'll never do that again. But Elkanu is a very friendly French caster, so for those of you who speak French, that's a great recommendation right there. Oh, ha! I didn't see that at all. Goblins 3! God, where am I with the times? Yeah, Elkanu is a very friendly caster, and of course, if your primary language is French, I think it's wonderful to recommend such talented casters in people's native language. But more than that, even if you are not a French speaker, I can give a hearty recommendation for Elkanu because he is very good at nonverbal communication. I feel that he really does have an ability to sort of sell the fun of what he's playing, sort of through, you know, through his actions, through his sort of his tone of voice and such. He does, you know, whenever I host him, which it's been a while. I don't feel like you changed your schedule, but I know I've had to change mine from work again. So I feel like it's been a while. I feel like I've had better luck finding you on special events. But Elkanu is, you know, whenever I've hosted him, he's always been very gracious with the people I stop by. I always sort of begin with an introduction of saying, you know, Elkanu's a French caster, so you may not understand what's going on, you know, but, you know, give him some support. But he's always been very good at taking the time to make sure that people feel welcome. And I think one of the things that's really great about that is that obviously if you are an English speaker, you have no shortage. It's gotta be this one. If you're an English speaker, you have no shortage of broadcasts to watch. But obviously if you speak a language other than English, you have fewer options just sort of by the way that Twitch is set up. So Elkanu has... Elkanu's done a really wonderful job of being a very gracious host to my primarily Anglophone audience, but he's also a remarkably entertaining broadcaster. I will say, to me, as someone who only practices his French, I'm not so good at it. And definitely if you're looking for someone, I think one of the other things that I haven't mentioned him, because I've talked about what a nice guy he is, he's got really great taste in games. If you enjoy some of the off the beaten track stuff that I've done, or if you enjoy some more, even some more classic games, although he does play contemporary games, he really does a great job of sort of selling the fun of what he's with. And I know I say that about Johnny as well. But Elkanu is definitely somebody who, he's got a massive library, and he does a great job of showing it off. Like if you are looking for a new game to play, if you stop by Elkanu's channel, you will almost certainly find what you're looking for, or at least get a good recommendation. So please do check him out. And more importantly, thank you very much to Elkanu and his audience, who I appreciate signed up for a French caster, and now you have to deal with this English-speaking Canadian nonsense man. So I apologize. I'm not as good at my at multiple languages as Elkanu and Jamie Sam, but I appreciate you coming along anyway. Oh, no problem at all, Elkanu. I'm really happy to see you, actually. I know it's been I feel like it's been too hard to catch everyone, but in your channel in particular, I know I've missed quite a bit. So it's nice that you're it's nice that I don't have to wait for another GOG stream. It's nice to see you come in. So thank you for that. Now, obviously, I saw you when you were playing Goblins on GOG, but what were you playing recently? I saw you playing an adventure game a little while ago, but that was a long time ago. I don't think that's relevant anymore. By the way, I've been spending so much time talking, I don't remember exactly where I'm supposed to go. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So yeah, there is a consequence for that. It's October, so only spooky games. I thought it was really weird that I was able to run through the fire like that. But I mean, that's on me too. I don't think a game needs to explain don't walk on fire. Oh, that's right, you were playing Dead Space. That's really neat. They did actually give a quick behind you. Oh yeah, you definitely control the character on this thing. What? What the hell? Oh, Jesus. This is a really well done sequence.
You're close. Don't let them get behind you.
Jesus. Well, that is the same.
Good. Let it collapse, and have the courage to shed your tears. Raise your world to the pride!
My world is dead.
Only then, as with a newborn, will you see the world anew.
No, I see nothing now.
I am really enjoying this game, El Canu. I think it's incredible. Yeah, Ego, this is the very same El Canu of the XCOM 2 streams. And I don't know if you've seen me play XCOM 2 yet, El Canu, but you've got a character who's doing pretty well in it. Yeah, I mean, the main reason for me doing this, for those of you maybe who weren't here at the beginning, the reason I'm doing this is it's Mental Health Day, and I think the challenge is that I am not in a position to make any claims as to knowledge or, I don't really feel, especially because I've seen so many people sharing their own experience with mental health, I don't really feel it's my place to be sort of treading into that conversation in an inelegant way. So but I also think that's a really lame excuse for someone like me to not mark the occasion. So I thought it would be interesting to play a game like this, which is so clearly driven by these themes, and to do it so well, because I feel like games like this do a good job of advancing that conversation forward and giving people a better understanding. Oh, I didn't know that there was a DLC. But for those of you who want, there is actually a support link that they've put. So if you do !Heckblade, it'll give that help link that Ninja Theory put into the game. Oh, you're talking about XCOM 2.
The Northmen say that what we see as a rainbow is the bridge that goes from the world of men to the world of the gods. For now, they say the frost giants and the mountain giants cannot cross it. But they say that when Ragnarok comes, not a thing in this world will be safe. The Rainbow Bridge will break under the onslaught of the fire giants riding on flaming steeds. Senua, I have seen the fire of Surt spread far and wide, and to our lands. Ragnarok is coming.
I will say, El Canu, that War of the Chosen is like it's almost like XCOM 3, but obviously, as you say, you've got a lot of games, so it's difficult. Jamie Sam says, you've always been interested in learning French, and you might still do it, but right now you're starting to learn Italian. You find it beautiful. Would I like to learn a new language? Yes. Now, okay, so this is almost certainly going to be a rune here. I am sort of half learning another language right now, actually. I'm making an effort to learn French, and part of that is because of work. I work in Canada, in the nation's capital, and so there's a decided benefit to me being able to speak both official languages. And it's something I started to learn when I was little and didn't quite finish. So it would be nice to be able to gain a mastery of the language. But one challenge I have, as I'm sure you've noticed, I do tend to speak in complicated sentences, and I tend to express ideas that are sometimes a little more complex. the challenge I run into is to learn a language, you tend to need to learn the basics, and you learn certain concepts usually through conversations, which I sometimes find quite boring. So, you know, when you learn things like the partitive article in French, you usually do food, and as much as I like eating food, I don't really talk about it that much. So, but I do talk about economics, and I like talking about philosophy, and you'd think that with French, you know, there's so many great philosophers, that I should be able to speak with that. It's a terrible excuse, but that's why. So, to answer your question, Jamie Sam, I am sort of learning, and I would like to be better at French, but I've also been I've been undisciplined in my studies, and so I'm learning slower than I should. I would also like to learn Latin, but I think I should learn a living language first. I'll answer your question in a second, Elkanu. I just need to make sure. The exception, thank you very much for, is that 9 months in a row? I know everybody likes calling them Twitch babies. I am happy that you've seen fit to be subscribed to this channel for 9 months. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I don't think I've seen you in chat yet, but I hope you are well. Definitely feel free to speak up if you'd like to, like, the personal attention. But thank you again. It's easy.
Tell me truth. How did you escape your darkness?
Senua, once I found my purpose, I was no longer enslaved to the suffering I had to endure to reach it. Unclouded by fear, I could see it clearly in others. Even my captors feared the fire of Cert. And so, during one raid, I took my chance and ran, knowing that they would not follow. The fool ran into the fire. They left me for dead.
That's gotta be it. Come on.
But here I am, free.
How is this not the P?
I'm glad I found you in the wilds. I wouldn't have made it without you.
Yeah, there we go. Anyways, so to answer your question about XCOM 2, Elkanu, so the thing to remember is that XCOM is always going to be XCOM. In many ways, XCOM 2 resembles XCOM 1, although they definitely did some good things in terms of... oh, I gotta go on the other side. Okay. Here I thought I was so clever, but I have to be on the other side. Obviously, they made the game quite a bit faster, and they put in a lot of improvements, but the fundamental experience of XCOM is pretty much the same between number 1 and 2. Oh, story-wise, there's quite a bit that's added. You'll still do the main plot. But the Chosen is a substantial portion of the game, and the existing DLC of Shen's Last Gift and Alien Hunters have been incorporated. In fact, you don't do those missions. That was my big disappointment with it, is that if you do it as not Paradox, as Firaxis intends, you actually don't do the mission Shen's Last Gift and Alien Hunters anymore, which I think is a shame, because I thought Shen's Last Gift was one of the best missions in XCOM 2. So yeah, I mean, story-wise, you're still going to do the main branch, but the Chosen really do add a totally different dynamic to the game, and it makes it definitely makes for a very unique. It makes for a unique experience that, as far as I'm concerned, is about as close to XCOM 3 as you will get before XCOM 3 is released. So, like, as much, I would argue there is more in War of the Chosen than was added in Enemy Within. Now I realize that's a big claim. There might be some other people who disagree with me on that, but War of the Chosen frustrated me because of the number of people who are like, $40, you know, I don't think it's worth that. And then I actually played, oh, here we go. Then I actually played it and I'm like, oh my god, this thing is huge and totally worth it. So but yeah, I am very, very fond of War of the Chosen, and I think it is worth playing, even if you played XCOM 2. Although do keep in mind that I did not complete XCOM 2 before War of the Chosen came out, so I might be speaking from a slightly different experience than you. But if you want, I can give you a quick ping when I do XCOM 2 again, and you can maybe decide for yourself if that's your thing. Or obviously I've got VODs and such. By the way, I apologize, guys. I know I'm having a conversation with El Canu, which is clearly not Hellblade, but I do play XCOM 2. We're still on that, so I wanted to. No, you're not spamming at all, El Canu. I wanted to just address to people like I'm happy that we're chatting about it because I'm glad to see you here, but I wanted to at least acknowledge it too. Okay, fair enough. Well, it was a pleasure to have you here, El Canu, and I definitely hope it's not as long between me stopping by your own chat. So have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you in XCOM 2.
If I can survive the fire of Surt and escape my darkness, then so can you.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you were able to stop by. I wasn't sure if you'd done Senua or not, so I'm glad we got a chance to hang out. But have a wonderful evening, and I'm looking forward to seeing you play some horror games.
Run through the fire. Keep running. Go on. Nothing will stop. Run, Senna. Run. Through the fire.
I thought I was running. I wonder if it's going to make the combat easier because I keep dying to like non-combat things.
Run, Senna. Run through the fire. Keep running. Go on. Nothing will stop. Run, Senna. Run. Through the fire.
She's dying.
It's him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This darkness takes everything. Everyone.
Senua, are you sure you want to do this?
is my battle. I have to face it alone, away from here.
Where will you go?
I don't know.
For how long?
I don't know.
I believe in you. You know that. Just promise me that you will come back to me. I want you to say it. I want you to say it.
I will come back to you. I promise.
Come on.
Spill the blood of Surt. Take his mark, and I will change you from the world and forever be in your debt.
You destroyed everything, everyone, but not me. Fight me now.
God, this is a... Oh God, what a setup.
Stop him! Stop him! He's getting stronger! Stop him right now! Get out of the way! You better fight him.
Ow. Fuck.
He's getting stronger! Must go with you! Stop! Stop him! Surt is getting strong! Too strong! Stop! And the flame shield! Focus! Focus! The only way.
Oh Jesus, I didn't even know I had this.
It's too hot! Stay back! Don't go too close! You're stronger than him. Focus.
For every battle won, a greater battle takes its place. And so it goes. Until we fall. And in the end, we all fall. Even the gods have their time. Yet we still go on. Why?
I made a promise. And I will go to hell to keep
I
it.
die free, knowing you will carry my stories with you. I have fulfilled my quest.
Yes, you have.
When the darkness comes, I vow to guide you in this life and the next to fulfill yours.
Then I will see you in hell.
Be ready to face horror in the eye, as I have. To find your answers. Your quest. The truth.
God damn, this game is incredible. Yeah, that was a fun fight. I had no idea about the focus. But it's probably just as well that I learned.
Druth was a troubled man. A scholar turned slave. They tortured him. Took him with them on their raids. Drove him to madness. Spreading this new form of darkness to new worlds. To my world.
I will say too, I like the way that this game approaches the idea of apocalypse. Or at least the way it seems to be. You know, this idea of imminent Ragnarok, I think, is very much a personal event for Senua. And I think that's always been the most satisfying way. So, you know, the same way that you think...
Senua saw a deep connection form between the Northmen and the darkness. If his tales of hell were true, then that was the source of it. She learned everything she could from him. Until she too could see what he saw.
I'm just going to take a quick peek to the side here. You know, even if you think of it in terms of Cultist Simulator as well, and I know I always keep coming back to that, but the Dancer DLC is coming out in under a week, so obviously I'll mention it.
The Northmen say that the defender of Muspel is called Surt, the foremost of the fire giants.
Oh, I think I've already heard this one.
His name means the Black One, because he is like something burnt. The Northmen believe that he sits at the border of Muspel with his flaming sword, and at the end of the world he will leave his post. He will travel to Asgard and Midgard, waging war against all the gods. He will be victorious, and then burn the whole world with fire.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard that one. Oh, that's right. This is the bridge that we couldn't get over. But yeah, like if you think of it in Cultist Simulator or this game, so in the evangelical tradition, you take something like the Book of Revelation or Daniel, and it is this sort of action movie ending to the Christian story, and the good guys win, and, you know, everybody gets superpowers, or they get pulled up, you know, into heaven, or you know, what have you. And I mean, they've even made, like, it went from being something that you'd see this is just going to be a little diversion for myself, but now I'm apparently really committing to this.
Have you ever died before? It's a serious question. When the illusion of self is shattered, you simply cease to be. Though it may not seem that way to others, you know when it is true. You can feel it. A stranger in your own body. An imposter. And nothing is the same ever again. Senua has died before. And she will do so again. You can be sure of that.
face is not nearly as clear as it was before. But yeah, so I've always found that a very, so, you know, there used to be like nonfiction books about how 100% it was going to be the end times. And then it was turned into sort of this fiction series called Left Behind. And it gets really silly at the end.
Finish this! End it now!
Behind you!
Oof.
End it! Find a good position! Dragon surrounds you.
Oof.
He's down! Finish it! Finish it! Strike him!
Defend yourself.
Get up quickly! He's gone!
This is a tough one.
Pretty capable warrior. Remember your training. She finished him!
The gate won't open.
She can't get through.
Why
Let's
not?
go to the gate.
She can't.
Why?
She's only done one test.
Just one.
She's only
test.
passed one test.
What's the other test? Is there another one?
There must be. The gate won't open.
Ruth said Valravan. Valravan. Dark magic.
Valravan. Druth said Valravan.
No, he didn't.
Valravan, ancestor of the seers and master of ravens. He hunts his prey with his powers of illusion and feasts on their remains. Follow the path to Valravan and defeat him in battle to earn his mark. The gate to Helheim cannot be opened without it.
So I'm talking about this sort of action movie version of Christian eschatology, and the thing is that apocalypse is a literary genre, and the topic might be sort of the end of the world or the end of all things, but that doesn't, like, it's sort of like saying, what's a good example? Trying to think of like a okay, it's like saying that 2001: A Space Odyssey is about space. Like, yes, it is set in that, but obviously that movie is about a little bit more than just a spaceship. Obviously pick your movie of choice, but clearly these things, I'm gonna let the
There was a frost giant, a being of darkness, and all his sons and grandsons were dark after him. Of his daughters and granddaughters, some were monstrous, but others fair. But there was another who came from the ice. Buri. In shape, he was like a man, big and powerful. His son, Bor, took a fair giant to be his wife, and they had 3 sons. Odin was the eldest, and the Northmen hold him to be the foremost of the gods, the All-Father.
But I think it's so interesting in a game like this. I mean, it decided to take on a big topic like mental health and to consult experts and put quite a bit of effort into sort of giving a realization in a game form of these things. But and obviously it involves dealing with a very internal struggle for the main character, but set against this backdrop of Norse mythology and the idea of Ragnarok. I think sort of the implications of this, like I sort of like that it's coming back to this apocalyptic tradition, which is a little bit more than like one big final fight with the Antichrist and everybody who went to Sunday school wins.
Illusion hides the path to Valravn. Don't trust your eyes. Find another way to see the truth.
And yeah, I don't know, I find it I just find it a really satisfying take. Like I think the thing that I like the most about it is one thing you don't like about the subtitles of the game is they show up not just what's being said, but what also will be said. Yes. I noticed sometimes the subtitles were lagging, but you're right. They do come up before some characters say it as well. I wasn't even thinking of that, but you're right, Jamie Sam. But yeah, so one of the reasons why I like this choice is that it means that the Norse mythology in this game
It's a door. Push it. Push it. Come on, push it. You did it.
Huh.
Look, something that's different. Can you see?
It's funny. We all want to see behind the veil, don't we? Once we do, we mostly just close our eyes again and pretend what we saw was never really there.
But yeah, so in this case, the Norse mythology ceases to be just, hey kids, Vikings are cool. We all know you like Vikings. And instead, I think it's a really worthwhile engagement with some of the more potent elements behind these kinds of myths and why stories like that sort of have the impact that they do on us. And so combined with, what's obviously a very internal struggle in the main character, it...
We never could close our eyes, however hard she tried. Begged.
There is a wast, and I'm not quite sure what you mean, what wast is, but of science, psyche, and what each event character means for her and her psychology. Yeah, well, that's one of the challenges. Like, I'm not quite sure what the head that she's carrying is. I'm not quite sure. Obviously, I'm getting a bit of an idea in terms of the fire and the story. Druth, I think, was the character's name. I think I have a fairly good grip on what's going on with him. But I don't know if I'm supposed to know more about Senua than I do right now.
Gaze for seeing things differently. Because once you gaze into the relentless darkness, all that lurks within it can see you too.
I'm assuming this isn't just a standard fight. This is going to be some kind of a trickster.
She's so weak, she's so weak. I can see it.
Finish this!
End it now.
You won! Behind you! Don't let them get behind you. Don't let them surround Surprise him! He's finished! Behind you! Defend yourself! Stop them!
You feel like a total badass when you get those parries down, by the way.
Behind you!
Damn it.
Behind you! Finish the trap!
An in-depth. Oh, I think I. No, in-depth works for me. Ego. Just wasn't sure if there was this.
Will not stop her. She will find what she's looking for.
I wasn't sure if there was a specialized term that you were using or not. It was the only part that I wasn't clear on in terms of what you said. So, but yeah, I don't doubt it. I mean, I think there's a. I think the point of this game should be. Oh, vast. I see what you mean. Yeah. I think it's appropriate that there's a lot of discussion about this game. I think they wouldn't have achieved what they were looking to do with this game if people weren't talking about it. And I'll admit too, like, I think for me, like, even if I were to just sit down, like if I wasn't streaming this, thank you, Jamie Sam. That was, I like that the combat is a bit challenging. I definitely feel like the odds are stacked against me each time, and it's a rewarding experience to get through it.
The power of illusion comes from ravens. Align the ravens to break his magic seal.
Show me what you have seen, Truth.
Look how much it's changed. It's so different.
Okay. Oh, I think I see where this is going. I've kind of almost got it if I do this. I'm not quite sure. The third part's eluding me. But yeah, I really like that you feel like the deck is stacked against you pretty much the whole time.
Align the ravens with the mark of Valravan.
Unless there's like a pulley or something that I'm supposed to be. Oh, here we go. Ah, okay. I see. I'm supposed to move somewhere else. I was trying to say. Oh yeah. So, I mean, I think in one sense, if I wasn't streaming and I was just sitting down, like I would be able to enjoy, and I think this game would have accomplished what it set out to do if I just drank in the experience and sort of reflected on it. Because I think for games like this, you don't always need to. You don't always need to be able to write like a dissertation on it to say that you got it. But I also think, I mean, obviously, when I talk about econ subjects, one of the things that I try to do is to let this expertise that I have in a somewhat arcane field carry through on a topic that I find interesting and try and share that with you. And likewise, people who understand these things better, or maybe even have their own personal experiences, to be able to share that, and to be able to relate it to this common experience that we've had of playing Hellblade.
Do you feel it too? It's like crossing into another world that looks the same but feels different. An imposter world where the forest itself is watching.
I think, people who have that expertise that I don't, to be able to have them share and sort of discuss the experience and maybe some things that I don't appreciate as a layperson, I think there's a lot of value in that. So obviously I've avoided any kind of discussion of the game having not played it, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to focus on the gate first and then do the puzzle.
To break the seal, align the ravens with the mark of Valravan.
But yeah, I definitely intend to follow up. I'm slightly curious what's going on with the shining gate here. Hang on. I thought there was a bridge of some kind, but... Okay, so I need to either go more to the left. I'm pretty sure it's not going to let me focus like this.
If you hear the soul of Valravan, follow it, and it will lead you to him. But be aware of his illusions. You can't always trust your eyes.
I think the only thing I'm not clear on is what benefit I get from that gate. This definitely feels like one of the ones where they're trying to teach me something. Like maybe there's an object in the way that is keeping me from... Maybe the wall there was blocking the third piece. Nah, I just gotta get up there somehow. I don't seem to be able to climb. Oh, you know what? I think I have an idea. So I go through here. Oh, nope. I'm doing the same thing I thought I was doing before. So this is the world without that wall, or without that pathway. Ah. Rouge-like girl, thank you very much for the host. How are you doing tonight? And were you playing something tonight, or was that just a friendly host? Alright, so I think this is too far away. I definitely think I need height to make this work. So now my goal is to try and find a way through that door. Oh, I don't really see any numbers or that, but I always like to check. I mean, sometimes when people host, I mean, obviously there's lots of reasons for people to host, and they're not always just so. I don't know if the gate changes at all in either one of these. Yeah, it's always nice. I figure it's always nice to check if somebody was up to something, because I'll admit, I'm not as good at keeping up with Twitch as I'd like. The thing I notice is that Twitch is very easy to... It's very easy... It's very easy for something like that to kind of take up your whole life. I'm sure there's a very simple solution to this, which I've sort of failed to register. I definitely think it's related to getting up on this platform. And I'm definitely dealing with illusions. All of that's kind of clear to me. But what isn't clear to me is, you know what? Let's take a look at this back from the gate. You've not been able to stream recently, to be honest. That's changing soon, so maybe you'll be able to raid me soon. That is excellent. I obviously think you should spend your time however you think it's most productive, but I will definitely look forward to a host from you. What are you planning on playing first? And you've said tonight you're off to play tabletop games with your nerds. And what tabletop games will you be playing? Alright, so it seems pretty clear that that's the platform that I need to go to. That much is good. I think the thing that's not working for me is I'm not at all clear what getting on the right-hand side of that barrier does for me. I feel like once I learn what this is for... I've not even heard of Blue Planet. What kind of a game is it? Oh!
Mother of it. Challenge me!
He's gonna go away as soon as...
Where is he? It's not your fault.
I'm not gonna go through the portal until I have to. This is something, by the way, if you guys haven't played it, there's a game called Antechamber, which plays with this effect a lot. RP heavy sci-fi with D10 system based on a water planet. Okay. It's been a really long time since I played a tabletop RPG. Not for any dislike, it's just I actually find it hard enough to play board games with people in general. And that's like, you know, Twilight Struggle is a 2-player game, so and it's available digitally. Oh, that is such a great effect.
Is she lost? Never been first time. Last winter, before the tragedy, she journeyed into the wilds of her native land, living off berries, roots, and rabbits. It's not uncommon, you see. We call such a person a Gelt. Some, like truth, become Gelt in search of penance. Others, like Senua, to purge a curse. Those who make it back are forever changed.
I didn't even know he was there. Hello, The Eyes of Sin. Have you seen this game before? Because it's great. You're unemployed and poor, so this is the best way for you to enjoy socializing. Well, that is a great reason to do that. I'm sorry to hear about the status, obviously. But that was one thing I always liked, is that, like, I know a lot of people who like to go out to a, you know, a bar or something like that, and that's fine, that's enjoyable. But I don't know, like, I like board games, and I find it hard to find people to play them with, so I do. Where? Let's go up the stairs first. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's a great way to spend some time with your friends and enjoy the experience. Like, why wouldn't you want to do that? Alright, so I'm assuming there's a reason it let me go here, other than to drop down. That's cool. I mean, one of the other things that's nice about it too, I don't know whether or not this is true for everyone, but I've always sort of felt that being able to... Yeah.
She can get up now. What's happening? She can get up now. She can get up. It must be magic. Dark magic. A trick. Raven. Tricking her. Raven. How can she get up? Bait. It's him. Dark magic draws her closer. It's not. He's helping her. It's not him. It's a trick. She's doing it on her own. He's not tricking her. It's magic. It's an illusion.
Obviously, having a social life and a social network in the form of things like gaming groups and such, you know, one of the ways that a lot of people do wind up finding the jobs that they get into isn't necessarily because of any of their abilities. Sometimes it's just a matter of, you know, knowing someone who's able to make them aware, which by the way does not mean that people are not equipped to do their jobs. Obviously, if they get hired, they did something to indicate that they had the level of competence required. But to know about certain jobs and to have sort of a recommendation in terms of character or ability, that tends to happen through social networks. And I think that's a bit of an underappreciated feature of gaming groups, because obviously, you know, gamers, when they're not on the internet at least... See? Come on, just give it to me, game. Thank you. I do think that they're, you know, they're reasonably tight. I mean, there's always going to be, you know, bits of drama with different groups and such, but I think an important factor in terms of finding work and being able to do these kinds of things is social connections. And if you happen to bond over games, I mean, it's something we've been doing for hundreds, possibly even thousands of years. And I think it's as good of reason as any to sort of find out about things. And of course, because they're like-minded individuals, it's also very likely that they're going to be jobs that you'll want to do and that you can get along with. So I think it's an underappreciated factor of gaming, the social aspect and the fact that it keeps you in a network of people who can give you support and things like that. Ego says, me too, and you still only manage to keep one group running. Now that you think of it, you also play Magic the Gathering, Modern, and EDH. I don't know what EDH is. It's been a very long time since I played Magic. And also you play a lot of board games.
And we think
Maybe you're doing okay. Yeah.
Creature in the night. If only it were that simple. The worst kind.
That's great to hear, Rouge Light Girl.
Deep and primal signal from within. A reminder that just because you cannot see the threat, it doesn't mean that it's not already here.
She can't get in. She can't go in there. Valravan, he's there. She can't go in. Has to find another route.
Druth says there's always another route.
Find a way, Sarah. Go round.
Find your own path.
There's a different way.
It really is Rouge Lake Girl. Have you heard of this before? This feels like an area where there'd be a fight.
Get out of the way!
Oof, I'm trapped. There we go. Yikes.
It's nearly over.
Quick, behind you.
Too slow. Too slow.
Behind you.
Yikes.
She will die.
Behind you.
Shit.
Get up.
I'll admit, I don't know how they, when they say get up, I'm not quite sure how that works.
Now, this is nearly the end.
Jesus.
She's injured. She can still do it.
I just gotta get out of that blocked area. I hate that I wasted a focus on that, but... Anyways, Jamie Sam, excellent. Have a wonderful evening. I was wondering where you were from, too, so thank you very much for hanging out. Have a great night. And thank you very much for being so active in chat. And then Rouge Light Girl says, you've not watched much, but you did watch a lot of interviews with people, and they took a lot of... Yeah, absolutely they did. If you do... !Heckblade, there's actually the website that they put up dedicated to mental health. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really enjoying it. Obviously, I really screwed up that combat there. Nope. I feel like this is the wrong way to go. But the music says that was the right way to go. There we go. It's been a while since I've run into these. I've almost certainly missed one.
The Northmen say that Odin and his brothers killed Ymir, and that the world of men was formed from his corpse. They made his bones into stone, and his flesh into earth, and his blood into the salt sea. They set his skull to be the bowl of the sky, with his brains for clouds. Odin and his brothers caught the sparks flying from Muspel and made them into stars. And to protect the new world from the giants, they used Ymir's great curving eyebrows as walls.
Do you know what it's like to leave everything behind? Your home, loved ones, to head deep into the wilds, perhaps never to return. Senua does. Because when darkness speaks, it changes everything. Turning home into a foreign land and loved ones into strangers. Exile makes sense when you realize that you were never really home in the first place.
Yeah, Rouge Lake Girl, I think... See, never make fun of people with a monobrow from now on. They're protecting you from the giants with a gigantic eyebrow. I don't think I know too many people with a monobrow. But Rouge Lake Girl makes an important point here. And I know, you know, for those of you who've been here since the start, I sort of apologize for the repetition, but the main catalyst for this... So one was finding out that Ninja Theory set up a scholarship sort of from the proceeds of this game dedicated towards training mental health professionals, which I think is nice. Because again, this is a big thing about this game, is that Ninja Theory took the financial risk to do a project like this and to do it on their own dime. If it failed, then I don't know if the studio would have failed, but definitely they would have been in a tough spot. And so it's perfectly reasonable for people who've taken that kind of risk to say, you know what, this is, you know, there was no guarantee this was going to turn out. We are going to take the rewards. But they really seem to have done all that they can to make sure that they've approached the subject in an interesting and, you know, in a sensitive way. And they've given back, which is something I'm really happy to hear they've done. But so there was that scholarship, and obviously it's World Mental Health Day, and I've never felt very comfortable with people who kind of make it a brand or make it like a marketing point.
Song. Balravin's song. It's over here. It's over here. Is that? It's over there. No, it's here. There's two. Listen, focus. Listen. It's magic.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, I don't mean to approach it in a negative sense. It's just I don't have any expertise or any special ability in this regard to be able to deal with...
Why did she go to the wild? She wanted to fight her own darkness. She thought she could beat her own darkness. Did she beat her darkness? No. It nearly killed her, but she tried. Druth helped her. If it wasn't for Druth, she'd be dead. She can't beat her own darkness. She wanted to marry Dillian. She came to beat her own darkness and marry Dillian. But it didn't work. She thought her curse would affect him. She thought her curse would spread to him. She thought she'd bring the darkness to him too. She nearly died. She thought the curse made her tainted. Druth helped her.
But yeah, I don't have this level of expertise, and I don't really have any grounds to speak. And I think more importantly, I don't have, like, I don't feel, especially after hearing seeing what I saw today from people sharing their own experience, I didn't really feel that it was my place to do that. But I don't think it's right to take a day like this and sort of say, it's like, well, I don't have, I don't. You know, I don't want to contribute in the sense of giving my story, quote unquote. But I also think it would be very lame of me to use that as an excuse to say, you know, therefore I'm not going to participate. And I think, you know, for a game like this, where the purpose fairly clearly seems to be to create, I mean, it is to create a good game. But I think the role of games like this is to sort of create this shared experience and to create a sense of empathy and understanding that may not be present otherwise. And so as a result, I sort of thought the best way that I, you know, myself could mark Mental Health Day would be to play a game like this, which is known for what it does, to make sure that I shared that link and let everyone know what the developers did. And while I'm still not a fan, like, I also don't like, I don't want to be one of those quote-unquote raising awareness TM people. I felt that this was maybe the best way that I could mark the occasion and play a game which I'd been wanting to play for a while anyway.
The Northmen say you must sacrifice in order to receive. They tell how the runes were revealed to Odin only in sacrifice. He hung himself from the world tree, and he stabbed himself with a spear, and he dedicated the sacrifice to himself. For 9 nights he hung on the tree without food or drink, and at last he saw the runes below him. He gave a cry, and gathered them in his mind and learnt them. Then he fell from the tree.
So there's clearly one last illusory wall that I need to cover sort of this area. Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at when you say that, Rouge Lake Girl. And it's tough. I think one of the biggest things for me is I'm not 100% sure I know I think one of the things that makes this so hard is that it's very difficult to see. So I think this is probably, I think I said this better earlier on in the cast. I think one of the rules that games like this and occasions like Mental Health Day, I think one of the purposes that they serve is to... I'm not bringing that back, but I think there was a bridge that I forgot to bring down. I gave an example of somebody on YouTube. So as somebody, I mean, it's no secret that I'm not a fan of backseating. I find it disruptive. I don't like it. I wish people wouldn't do it. And it's not just backseating, obviously, but there's really no shortage of ways to be annoying on the internet, is maybe the best way I can put it. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing. Well, I'm almost certain I'm missing some detail, but I really feel like there was a bridge that I could push down. And I've blown it. So what is that experience like to me as the broadcaster? Well, somebody comes into the channel, or somebody somebody says something on YouTube. There we go. And it annoys me. There's lots of ways to be annoying on the internet. And I perceive that as person who is annoying me. But there is absolutely nothing. So that focuses on my own experience of that encounter, which is a person is trying to annoy me. What I don't appreciate is the fact that this person might have a specific reason for behaving that way, which does not have anything to do with malicious intent. And it's easy to understand. I can defend my annoyance in lots of different ways. And it's not like I'm trying to say there's a blank check for people to behave in ways that make you uncomfortable or frustrated. But I could, minimize the misery in the world if I showed some degree of understanding or empathy for people in that situation. Or, to basically to react in a way that is not hostile. I'm really trying. I think this. Yes, this is removing. There we go.
No, half of them have gone. They've gone. Some are still there. But where? Oh, Ravens helping. He's not helping. It's a trick.
Quiet. I can't think.
Out in the wilds, in the cold winter woods,
Where have they gone?
she no longer felt fit for this world. She almost gave in to the darkness. She remembered Dillian's words. She remembered her promise. She resolved to fight on and kill that which had become a part of her.
Yeah, so where I'm trying to go with this whole story is that, none of this is specifically about people's conduct on YouTube so much as it's the fact that there is something I can do for myself, which is to have a better understanding of why people might be behaving the way that they do. And that's not a bridge too far. That is a perfectly reasonable request. I just want to get a view back to that area that I don't think we've solved this puzzle yet, but I just want to get a quick view of where I'm heading to see. Yeah, so I need to find something. I'm going to assume that... Whoa! I'm going to assume that there's something around this level that I can use to build a bridge of some kind. But anyways, so me as the person who will, with a pretty high degree of certainty, will be interacting with people who, could benefit from a bit of understanding or empathy or even just instruction. When you say this, I feel this way. To give them the feedback that they need to make sure that I sort of feel like like I'm being respected. The first thing that needs to happen is I need to realize that any individual that I'm interacting with might be this way. And so again, as much as I sometimes cringe at the idea of being a hashtag awareness raiser, I think that's the reason why we have things like Mental Health Day, and I think that's one of the things that games like Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice help us with, which is to, I mean, in one really big sense, I do think games like this do create empathy, and that's I think that's a pretty major contribution on its own. But more than that, I think, whether it's a whether it's a mental health day, whether it's a game that discusses the topic or something like that, like, it's just one of these points where, because I am going to be limited by sort of my thoughts and my direct experience of other people, people being able to open the conversation again, games are great for this because they do sort of create this shared experience. I think there's some value in that. I think that's one of the things that sort of brings me a little bit closer to being a more tolerant and understanding individual. Okay, so I need to find some way of getting rid of these. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to sort of mark the day however I could. I didn't actually plan on streaming this game tonight, but obviously when I found out what day it was, I changed accordingly. And I don't know. It turns out I'm playing a really, really good game that I'm enjoying very much. Anyways, Ego Akaran said, I mean, maybe it helps some people, but treatment for mental health issues are more individual than just physical treatments. Very true. The Eyes of Sin says it's hard. People think they all know what's best for you, or that you, quote, have nothing to be depressed about. They treat depression like it's your fault. Like if you just tried harder, it would be solved. I can't stand it. Rouge Light Girl says, I smile and nod when I get such useful advice. I'm dripping with sarcasm, I'm sure. Ego Karen says, as soon as it gets a little more complicated than depression, no one has a clue at all what it is that you're talking about. Rouge Light Girl says that she tells them to shut up if they tell you that you don't need the antidepressant. Yeah, I mean, this is, if there's any, if you detect any hesitation in terms of what I'm saying or how I'm talking, it's just that I sort of realize, I think one of the biggest things I need to admit is that this is definitely a topic on which I probably need to talk less and listen more. And it's one of the reasons why I don't get to like, to something Rouge Light Girl said earlier, like, is there a marketing thing to be done as being a branded mental health streamer? Of course there is. But I don't know, it's the same reason that I don't get, I don't like it when people get mad about people in certain cuts of dress, being on Twitch. Like, everybody can do their channel as they want. I'm not contributing anything to the dialogue by saying they're not allowed to do it, because I think it would be better if we talked about these things more than another. And I think, even if I feel somebody's being insincere about it, it's probably better that the conversation's being had than not. And certainly I would always wish for an elevated discourse, but, at the risk of giving an analogy that everybody's going to get mad about, like, in one sense, the 2016 presidential election was very sad for me, and not for the reason that you think, because I've always been into politics. And clearly, after that election, it feels like everyone got political. Now, the disappointing thing is that it felt like people got political in really unhealthy ways, or ways that maybe, I'm not quite sure what this gate's doing. You know, they did so in ways that I feel aren't sort of consistent with what civic involvement or engagement should be. But I think the fact that people are sort of aware and doing things is probably better than being apathetic. And there's progress that can be built. I remember reading a tweet that kind of came out. I don't have it in front of me right now, but somebody said something to the effect of, it's like, you know, people won't get out and vote because of kids in cages, or what was it? You know, the confirmation to the Supreme Court, but they'll do so because Taylor Swift told them. And I'm like, you know what? Yes, I would love it if somebody sat down and read Machiavelli, the Discourses, not the Prince, Discourses on Livy, and said, I want to do my part. But opening the conversation, I think, is it has a role, and so it's why I try to cool my jets a bit when I feel that people are being insincere. Rouge Light Girl, sorry, I'll just I'll get the dialogue done, and then we'll head back onto the game. So Rouge Light Girl says, also destigmatizing this sort of thing, not talking about crazy people like the raving idiots or beautiful minds. Yep, I mean, I made a reference to a beautiful mind, but hopefully it was a sensitive one. Ego says, you personally refused antidepressants for years now. You almost 3 years, and they're helping you, but you got lucky with the first one. You tried Outfit Me. You see more people wanting to try antidepressants than give up because they don't feel better in just 2 weeks, and then go full ham on the pills, or all bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that much about treatment, but I you know, as soon as you start thinking mental health issues as any other issue, you know, I'm not going to, you know, if I have a broken bone, I'd better be in some pretty dire circumstances if I'm going to try and fix that on my own. Like, that is something I'm going to go to a hospital over. And it would seem to me that the right way to go is to seek professional help, because it's complicated and we are still learning. Rouge Light Girl says, stuff goes on in your mind, it's on the outside, you think. Yeah, I mean, I think part of that's what's on display in this game. Oh, hey, Melemony. Have you not seen...
Northmen say that Odin is always in search of knowledge and wisdom and magic. There was a very wise being named Mimir, who guarded the waters of wisdom which flow from the roots of the world tree. Odin wished to drink from this spring, but he had to pay a price. So he gouged out his own eye as offering to Mimir. He drank from the well and traded one way of seeing for another.
Have you not seen this game before, Melemony? This is a really interesting game by a company called Ninja Theory, called Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. Obviously, as a polite Canadian, I am calling it Heckblade. But you've not seen it before. So there's two things that make this game really interesting. One is the fact that... So this is a... Ninja Theory makes... games like Devil May Cry. I definitely feel like this is the one that... I feel like this is the one that's going to give me my bridge, but I don't have any way of confirming it. Yeah, so Ninja Theory, I think, so you guys can correct me if I got this wrong, but I think they do like Devil May Cry style games and things like that. And they made, you know, this game, which is obviously a really polished and, you know, really gorgeous looking title. Yeah, so you have these runes that are superimposed over your vision, and you need to find them somewhere on the level. Okay, so that obviously didn't activate. But what's interesting, so in this case, they took all of that talent, but they decided that it was going to be their own game. I think they both produced and published it. And then because it was something that they did entirely on their own, obviously they got a choice of subject. And in this case, they decided to do... They tackled mental health in terms of discussing it with... professionals and trying to, come up with a representation of it in a game environment while telling this really interesting sort of fantasy story. I can't necessarily say I'm 100% sure what's going on in the story yet, but it's a really compelling experience, and obviously it's an absolutely gorgeous game. Yeah, so you can see the rot on my arm. Try going through this one more time. I'm assuming if I got it wrong once, it would reset, but that would be pretty unusual for the game to give me something that I didn't visually register, so I think there's another step that I need to do. Anyways, I'm sorry for not being more coherent, guys. It's, I think that's my... I think that's my cross to bear for a game like this. I'm pretty sure nothing changed there, but I think I'm gonna go to the upper level just so I can sort of get an idea of maybe some other places I can explore, because I'm sort of just... I'm trying to brute force this, and that's never a good way to handle a puzzle. Alright, so... I might want to consider something by the door, just in case. So I feel like there's some way to remove this wall. I am slightly curious. I don't think closing this off helps me at all, but I am going to take a peek. By the way, I'm curious, at least among those of you who, you know, want to participate in chat, not to derail the conversation that's going on right now, but I am kind of curious what you guys think of this game, because I'm having the time of my life with it. I am, you know, I do feel a little bad that I'm not doing better on this particular puzzle. I really feel like I'm missing something very obvious with this one. I'm pretty sure this is where I came in. Yeah. If it resets the puzzle, I'm rage quitting. Yeah, Lemony, this is a really well produced game. Like I haven't seen a single thing that that I would complain about as far as quality. Like, it's one of these ones where I'm just like, you know, if this is an indie game, like what hope does anyone else have of, you know, of making indies? I also kind of have a feeling that, as much as I might want to pretend that the sheer force of my logic is going to take me through this, probably I'm probably just going to wind up like bumbling around like a fool and then finding it. By the way, I will say this is not a bad use of time. So I think one of the things that happens with sort of AAA style games is that you don't get sequences like this because there's sort of an expectation built that they're going to give you like they're going to give you what you need. Like the playtime that you get out of, say, an Assassin's Creed or something like that, I think is supposed to be time that you spend making progress in the game. And that's fine. That's actually a very fun way of playing a game, but what you're committing yourself to is the kind of budget that creates lots of content that looks like this. And I don't know about you, but I don't think this is within the means of a lot of people. But then you take a look at, you know, what happened with a game like The Order. It's like, what was it? The Order 1886 or something like that. And everybody complains about it being too short. And I think, like, so I'm not crazy about that being a criticism, but I'm sure there'll be some people who can say, you know, oh yeah, Hellblade had so much promise but too short. So one credible way that this game sort of gives me my money's worth, because I don't think it's realistic to expect a self-financed game to have the same amount of content as an Assassin's Creed. I think one way that they've solved this is to have puzzles that actually need your attention, like things that are not things that are not obvious. That makes me feel dumb. It makes me feel bad that I haven't been able to solve this. But I can't say that, I mean, especially like being in an environment like this, like I can't really say that I'm upset that I have to spend more time in this world. You know, I always keep going by this one, but clearly that's why it exists. Oh yeah, I mean, it's why, I mean, we live in the age of, I mean, you guys know I don't like walkthroughs, but, you know, if I really wanted to see more, you know, I am one Google search away from seeing how to solve this thing. Excuse me. But that is not the point, you know. The point is to be able to confront this thing and say, aha, this was the important information I was missing, and now I know. So I'm going to go back to the door that I don't understand, and I'm going to see if I can make some sense out of that. I'm also slightly tempted to see what's going on with those red banners. I'll take a quick, I'm just gonna see if I can figure out what's going, oh, that's right. But you know what, I'm gonna go there anyway, because I don't think it would hurt to, I don't think it would hurt to get another view from high up. So I believe if I go here, I just wind up with so many more, yeah. It's not clear to me that there's a... So of course the one possibility is that this is wound up creating a barrier that I don't appreciate, but I feel like that would be... I feel like that would be particularly vicious on the part of the developers. So I'm going to allow for my assumption being that if the game presents you with, you know, if they present me with a way of making all the things go away and it triggers audio and whatnot, that's the game saying to me, good job, you got it. So I'm going to assume that I did the right thing by doing that there's no secret traps. And if the game decides to introduce tricks, well, I'll just need to figure that out later. Now this is an interesting one. I've not played Dragon Age Inquisition yet. I've actually not played the first Dragon Age for that matter. So I don't think... I'm pretty sure this... yeah, so I'm pretty sure that... Let me down. Let me down. I'm pretty sure this beam goes away with this gate. Yeah. I'm being psyched. No spoilers, but there are puzzles, pretty good ones. You mean in Dragon Age? I do have intentions on playing it, Ego, but as Smishet pointed out earlier. Yeah, I saw Johnny play a couple of them. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little sleepy. As Smishet pointed out, I do have quite a few games on the go. And I really did want to make sure that I did Hellblade, so Heckblade. So that was a bit of a special, but I feel like once I sort of clear out my schedule, Dragon Age is definitely one of the ones I want to sit down with and spend some quality time on. Okay. So this is presumably where I started. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention to what was going on this side. So I think I'm going to start by looking like this. Okay, so I didn't see anything on that side. Actually, I'm going to try a slightly different approach. I'm actually going to go from a further distance because I have a feeling I'll be able to see Huh. I have a hunch. I think it's wrong, but anyways, yeah, sorry. So Dragon Age is one of those things I'm going to try. I've also not played any of the Witcher game. Well, sorry, that's not true. I've played a bit of the Witcher 1, and I intend to finish it. I don't know if I'll do it on stream, though. But Dragon Age and the Witcher are two franchises that I'm keeping in my back pocket. The one thing that would make me feel better about this is if there had been... So, I think this is one of the drawbacks, is once I get lost in... Wait a minute. Hang on. So, I opened this door, which means having this open is no longer relevant. So, one of the things that I'm going to allow for now is that this might be the puzzle that teaches me that this both opens and closes doors. So if I go do this... Oh, what am I thinking? That was so obvious. I was... There's got to be... Okay, so like all the people watching on YouTube are probably screaming at their monitor, "You idiot!" Of course it was this. So I removed the wall to be able to get in there, and I opened the door. And I completely failed to register that I was removing this path. For some reason, I did not... Like, physically, I obviously knew that I was removing part of the wall, but I did not... Like, I didn't think of it as it being the path. Oh my god, I'm such a goof.
Where have we gone? She did it.
Looking back, I was so naive to think she could banish it on her own. The further she saw into the darkness, the more she struggled to see anything at all.
So, this wall...
Bits of shape, sound, thought, grow in strength until they consumed her whole.
So that wall that I...
She knew it. The darkness had her in its claws.
So the wall that I bunched up again. So the way it worked, right? So the door is closed and barred at the beginning. So this was the first thing that I did. And I actually, so it turns out I had the right hunch. Thinking, uh-oh, I seem to have created a problem for myself. Yeah. So the only way you can get into there is by removing this wall. Now the thing is that the solution to the puzzle is up here. And the big drawback is, I think it's because of this tree, I didn't quite register that this was the gap. And I was looking for something that would add, like, planks rather than a wall again. So, yeah, this 100% was the one that was intended to teach me that these walls aren't necessarily traps, but you need to think a little bit about what you're doing with them. So essentially, all that I need that area for is to be able to walk in and unbar this door. But I spent so much time running around trying to find some magic thing that would restore basically looking for a thing that would restore the pathway that I already had access to, if only I was just thinking about what I'd done. So yeah, that's clearly on me. I'm a goof. For those of you who knew the solution and were keeping quiet, thank you for letting me do that on my own. But yeah, I definitely feel sort of dumb about that.
Broke. The gate is open. Open.
There is no such thing as victory when it comes to the darkness. It's like it doesn't want to kill her. Yet. It will gnaw at her, biding its time. Only when she is at her weakest will it strike to kill. Will she find Dillion before her time comes?
I'm assuming this is going to be another place for a fight, but... maybe not.
Overcome Valravan's final illusion to face him in his keep. I know you can do it, Senua. You have the sight.
We both see the darkness. We can fight it together.
Okay, I'm assuming I have to be somewhere up in that nest. I'm assuming I can't just climb up here. Yeah. Looks like there's no path for me here. I'm assuming my job is to get to the gate, but obviously they're blocking me from the gate, so... oh, there's a ladder. Does that clear it? Seem to be missing the change.
Speak to me, Druth. Tell me a story.
Senua, listen. I will tell you the tale of a man called Findan. The Northmen captured Findan's sister, and his father sent him to pay for her release. But they took his gold, put him in chains, and held him for a day and a night without food or water. Then they released him. I don't know why. Upon his return, his father's enemies in Erin set fire to his home. His father burnt to death, and his brother was killed. But he escaped with sorrow in his heart. His father's enemies offered redress for his loss and invited him to a feast. It was at a hall near the sea. But when he went there, they betrayed him to the Northmen, who enslaved him and took him to hell. 6 years later, his slave masters landed on the shores of Orkney, burning all before them. And into that fire, Findan made his escape. What was Findan burnt away that day. But from the flames, a new man stepped forward, and Druth was born. Druth, the man that I am now. And though Findan never set eyes on his dear sister again, I, Druth, have found you, Senua.
I wish you could have seen my home before these dark times.
I wasn't sure if I could put the rope down or not, but obviously I've got a bridge. Again, I apologize for some of the lower commentary, but I know I was babbling about some other stuff before, but I think sometimes it's appropriate just to let the game talk. Alright, now I don't think this helps me directly. So I'm curious. So of course, the lesson we learned from last time is that... Have a good one, Smishet. Thank you very much for hanging out. There's something that makes me think that I have paid for this. Yep. That's exactly what I did. So that's of course the lesson that we learned in the previous level, which is that sometimes the means to unlocking the one part requires you to close off another. That was the thing I failed to appreciate with that wall. Okay, let's try to make sure I don't plummet to my death. You guys are okay with heights, aren't you?
The gate is open. Open.
This darkness. I know it from the wilds. It's coming back for me. I'm still here. Are you too? Where are we? I remember. It didn't end well in the wilds. It never does. You think you can overcome the darkness, make sense of it, and once relief settles in, it strikes out of nowhere, throwing you helplessly back into the maelstrom, drowning the mind in fear, deeper, deeper, dragging you down so far into the void that maybe this time there is no coming back. But there, in the darkness,
Senua,
she remembered what he told her.
hear me. Reach out to me. Senua, take my iron mirror. Look into it, for it is a window into the underworld. Within, you will see the face of the darkness that you fear. And if you focus, like I have taught you to, you will also see that as much as the darkness has you trapped within its veil, it too is trapped within yours. Focus. Focus! Focus!
I see you. I see you now. You led me to the wilds. You trapped me there.
Oof. Ow. Damn it.
She's hurt. She won't make it. You're close.
What the hell?
It's not over. It's not over. Do keep going. They've surrounded her. She's not strong enough. She finished it. Defend yourself.
Stop them!
Ow. Whoa. Not great.
Hurt, there's blood.
Oh, god damn it. I feel like I've been
It's not over.
ah, damn it. I should have used the focus in that case.
She will die. He can breathe. Get up quick.
Ugh. What was I doing there?
He's better fighter.
Go.
There are too many of them. Find strong position. Take him down. Take him down now.
So I'm trying to use this as a chance to... Trying to use this as a chance to charge up the focus where I can. I thought I had my block up. Ow. Not great. Oh, that's glorious. I gotta be careful about that. So this one I can stand and get like a couple of hits back. Okay, so let's see if I can use this as another chance to charge up.
Finish this. End it now. He's finished. Behind you.
Ow. Obviously, it's all well and good to say I'm going to use this as a chance to charge my focus, but devil's in the details.
Capable warrior. Remember your training. He's gone. Yes, Senua. Finish this. Finish this.
Okay, I'll try and take the weak one. Alright, here we go. This should be manageable. Jesus, what am I doing? I'm wasting all my health on this nonsense. That's more like it.
Focus. Focus now.
You're kidding me. Damn it. I think I just used all my focus on that nonsense too. There we go.
I never beat you in the wilds, did I? It was an illusion. But not this time!
The Mark of Valravan, one of the keys to the gate to Helheim. Hold it in your mind's eye.
With every battle, the darkness grows stronger. Every victory bringing her closer to defeat. Unfair, isn't it? In those dark winter nights in the wilds, there were times when she considered letting go. If it weren't for Druth, a chance encounter in the wilds, she would not have heard his stories of the Northmen. And she would not have this chance to find Dillion's soul.
I'm coming. I still hear you.
That was another very satisfying fight. So in this case, I think I'm going to have to call it a night. I'm already about 45 minutes over. But again, just a quick reminder in terms of why we did this particular game today. So one thing, if you do want to support the developer, if you're interested in this game, even if you wind up waiting for it on sale, obviously I am a GOG affiliate, and so if you use that link, you'll be able to purchase the game. It is a DRM free version, and I believe now it comes with a VR version, but I don't have a VR headset. It's a little rich for me personally, but yeah, I mean, I am gonna get a little bit of my shill in. But that's mostly so that I can get it out of the way. And again, obviously if you get it on Steam or Humble or whatever, I know not everybody wants to use GOG, but if you do want to, if you're thinking about picking up the game and you want to put some of that back into the cast for something you were going to purchase anyway, I'm fond of the GOG platform, and it is a way that I can get a little bit of revenue from driving traffic to their site. But a little bit more importantly, it is worth thinking about why we did this game today. So, Ninja Theory took a big risk making a game like this, and I'm glad that they decided to take a big topic and to realize it in such an interesting way. They announced, I think it's called the Senua Scholarship. I can't remember exactly what it is, but anyways, it's they've taken, I think, $1 million and put it towards the education of mental health care professionals, which I think is a really great thing for them to do. And again, an important one for me to point out is that it's, Gama Sutra is full of blogs of people who tried to make a game, tried to make it work, tried to find their role in the market, and how they didn't succeed. There were no assurances whatsoever that this experiment would pay off, and I'm very happy it did for them. And I'm very happy that they've decided, you know, again, despite the fact that they have every right to say, you know, we took the risk, we should get the reward. They have, you know, they took the time to consult experts in the creation of this game, and they seem to be doing their part to help train a generation of new experts. And the reason why we did this game today is that it is, at least for me, the closing 7 minutes of it's the closing 7 minutes of Mental Health Day, so I can't claim to be an expert on these topics, but I don't think that's a reason for me not to mark the occasion. So there's a website that was set up called hellbladehelp.info, and I like the fact. So one thing I love is it's a really well done game. It's a great looking. It's a great looking game. It's fun to play. Obviously, that one puzzle I got stuck on was just me being a bit of a bozo. It's really just interesting to walk around in it and, you know, and to experience it. And I'm sorry if my commentary sort of diminished the experience, but it's one I was happy to share with, because I think, you know, a really good thing about games like this, and more importantly, I think marking the occasion of Mental Health Day, I can definitely sort of rest on the idea of saying, it's like, I don't have any expertise and I don't want to claim it where I'm not justified in doing so. I do think probably the role that games like this play is sort of enabling a dialogue to, as you know, Rouge Like Girl used the term destigmatize. I think it's a good one. To, you know, whatever it takes, whether it's a game, whether it's watching a game, whether it's hearing everybody talk about it, you know, I think it's easy to look at things. So, you know, what is the common experience of everybody on International Women's Day? When's International Men's Day? Next month, by the way. Hey, Mind God. Well, Mackie God now. I'm actually just wrapping up for tonight, but I got a chance to see you in Kaylee's stream yesterday. So I hope you're doing well. I will be streaming on Friday if you're around then. Hopefully I'll be able to go a bit later, but it's a school night for me, work night. But yeah, I think, you know, it's easy, you know, it's easy to always imagine or to think of the response, you know, why no International Men's Day? Why no White Panther? You know, it's easy to kind of get a little world weary and sophisticated on, you know, oh yeah, like a mental health day is going to help anything. I mean, the fact that we talk about it, the fact, you know, whether, you know, if you want to be cynical and say, well, businesses are only getting on a mental health thing because they think they can sell more products. And I'm like, well, you know what? If they can, I'm kind of guilty of that. I mean, obviously I put my affiliate link out there. I probably didn't need to do that, but I actually don't necessarily think that's the worst thing. You know, if they can find a way to be profitable while helping on an important topic, you know, I don't think everybody needs to wear a hair shirt to do these things. Right? But yeah, I don't know. I actually think there's value in saying that there's a day dedicated to mental health, because it's something that really is very hard to see. And obviously we had quite a few stories inside of chat in terms of the reactions people get. You know, why don't you just try being happier? What do you have to be sad about? This sort of stuff. I think the only way this winds up getting better is if we talk about it, and if we sort of, you know, sure, is, a dedicated day to mental health going to solve all the problems? No, people are still going to have the issues that they're dealing with. But I think anything we can do to get a little bit of mind share, to get people maybe just thinking a little bit before they talk about these things, it helps. It puts us in a better spot. It's also worth mentioning that I thought there was a really good Twitter thread by Alexis Kennedy, which I retweeted today, and I think he definitely did a better job of sort of articulating some of these issues on this day than I could hope for. So if you follow me on Twitter, you can look for that, and I think those points will be better put. But I'm very happy that I streamed this game today, and I hope there's at least that little, just that little push in the right direction in terms of making sure that we live in a world where people get the care that they need, and that people who are in need are, basically that people become a little more open in terms of discussing these sorts of things. So yeah, well, I mean, also too, Rouge Light Girl, obviously take care of yourself first. I mean, my link's going to be there forever. I appreciate the help for sure. But whether you use that, whenever you use that, that's great. If you never use that, I'm happy to have you around, and I appreciate that you're able to share some of your experience. So, obviously I present the link, but I never expect people to use it, and I definitely don't want people to feel any sense of obligation or anything along those lines. So yeah, please don't put yourself in a bad position, on my account. But yeah, I guess it's easy for this to be an empty gesture. And there's obviously a really big range of people who watch this channel. Some people who I've met personally, or some people I am quite close with, and people who watch regularly but don't participate in chat, so maybe I don't even necessarily know them by their name except for that one time that they followed. But if you feel a need to talk, I can't and shouldn't promise that I will make anything better, but the very least I can do is to be a sympathetic ear. It should be relatively easy to reach out to. You can say something on Twitter, you can say something on YouTube, you can send Twitch messages or something like that. I try to do my best to make sure that however people can contact me, I follow through on it. And if for whatever reason you need just somebody to listen to, again, I'm not trained in this. If you feel that you need real help, I definitely recommend that you check out that link for Heckblade, the Heckblade help link. But it doesn't really cost a lot to listen to what somebody has to say. So obviously I can't make any commitment in terms of making someone feel better, but if you are feeling in a case where you don't have anybody else to talk to, and even if you just need to vent, I will read, and if you want to reply or something like that, I will do my best to let you know that I heard what you had to say. Of course, in the interest of my own mental health, maybe if you want to tell me what an absolute scumbag I am for playing games on the internet and how this other guy's so much better, if it'll put your demons at rest, I suppose I can live with that. But yeah, and again, I don't even know if I really have any business saying that. I don't really know if me being open to chat too is really gonna move the needle anywhere. But if you do feel like you don't have anything else to reach out to, and you feel that you need to be heard, I will definitely do my best to be a sympathetic ear to listen, because that seems to me the very least that I can do for you guys. Anyways, guys, have a wonderful evening. Let's find somebody to host. And I am looking forward to casting on Friday. I don't know if I will continue on with Hellblade because I have XCOM 2 and I have... There's actually quite a few people online right now. Oh, I know who we're hosting. Yeah, I've got quite a bit on my plate. I might do Mass Effect 2 on Friday. Could be back to XCOM 2, could be Frozen Synapse 2, Synapse 2. I do want to come back to Hellblade, but I might try and deal with a few of the other things that are on my plate before I do that. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm assuming you guys will want to see that, but yes, Ego's got it. Johnny is currently streaming. I don't get as many opportunities to host him, but Johnny Big Time is doing his Spooktober Spectacular. He's currently playing The Evil Within 2, and Johnny is a ton of fun. I get a chance to talk about how much I like his cast so much, but if you guys have not seen him yet, do stick around. He is a really fun guy, and obviously we went a little more serious here. I think Johnny's going to be a great sort of follow-up to this. He's got a great attitude. He's a really entertaining guy. So thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you Friday, and I hope you have a wonderful evening with Mr. Big Time.